to call to order the Kentucky Community and Technical College System Board of Regents meeting. The time is 9:01 a.m. The press was notified of this meeting on November 25th. The Honorable Pam Duncan will serve as parliamentarian. Before we begin, let's have a few reminders. Please mute your microphone unless speaking so we can avoid feedback. Please don't use the chat feature to ask questions, as all questions need to be asked and answered aloud for our public meeting purposes. In the event of a roll call vote, as you know, you will need to be seen and heard in order to vote, so your camera needs to be turned on, and you'll say your name and pause before placing your vote so that Teams has time to catch up to your screen, and we saw that yesterday. If you want to speak, please use your raise hand feature, and because of the screen, my display, it's not always, I don't always see everybody's hand. So Pam Duncan or somebody else can tell me if I've missed anybody. Please keep in mind that we do have viewers watching on YouTube. So I would ask that you make sure your camera is on you. And if you need to get up and walk around, please turn off your camera and avoid eating. And I think that's probably all the housekeeping. So I'd like to ask Pam Duncan to review those members present on the Teams gallery view and to let us know if a quorum is established.
Yes, if all regents will have their camera on, let's see, 1, 2, 3. We have a quorum.
Thank you.
All members are present.
That's great. This is our Christmas edition, holiday edition of the Board of Regents, so we hope it's merry and jolly and productive. Board business will begin with the approval of the minutes from the last meeting. These minutes have been distributed. Are there any corrections to regular meeting minutes? So if there are no corrections, the minutes are approved. Are there any additions or changes to the agenda? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead with my chair's report. I'd like to again welcome our new student regent who is with us today. Regent Simon Billy from Bluegrass Community and Technical College joins us. I was able to meet him this summer, and then Paul and I did an orientation with him on November 19th. Meredith Walters, as you know, had to resign due to reducing her number of class hours. So we're very glad to have Simon with us. Simon, would you tell us your position at BCTC and your major?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. One more time, my name is Damidela, and I'm the SGA president at Bluegrass Community and Technical College, and I'm majoring in biomedical engineering.
Thank you. And when is your anticipated date of graduation?
Probably next semester, not next semester, but probably next school year. So May of next year.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you. And please recall that the Council on Post-Secondary Education is going to have a virtual discussion on December the 9th. Usually all new regents are required to go to the new trustee orientation in September, but with COVID, that was postponed until December 9th. Everybody's encouraged to go. He will be focusing on the CPE strategic agenda, state level policy, and the role and priorities for CPE. And if we had the opportunity to be in the system office, I would take everybody into the meeting room that's by the president's office to show the map, the chart that's on the wall that shows the CPE strategic plan, our strategic plan, and all the colleges' strategic plan, because everything is connected. And as we heard yesterday, our legislative agenda is congruent with CPE. So Dr. Thompson's report will be really vital. I'd like to introduce Preston Pulliams again as part of the report on the presidential search. You can find a full timeline of what has happened thus far in the search under this agenda item. We did meet October the 27th, 2020 to review the applicants, to narrow the field to 10 finalists and 2 alternates. The semifinalists were contacted and asked to submit a 15-minute video discussing their interest in the position and their qualifications. All the semifinalists submitted a video. The videos were compiled and posted to a confidential SharePoint site for the committee to review. On November 20th, the committee met via Teams to discuss the semifinalists and to narrow the field to 4 finalists. I'd like to point out an error in the agenda that says 3 finalists, but we asked the committee to bring a 4th to bring forward to the board. Dr. Pulliams, could you tell us a little bit about, again, your search process, where you advertised, and how we got these finalists?
Yes, of course. Through the system office there were national ads sent out through professional journals throughout the country. Also, the Human Resources Office there managed to do quite a number of what we call personal email blasts to various sectors across the country advertising the position. I posted the position also on my website, which had a number of hits regarding this particular search, along with personal calls that myself and my colleagues made to various prospective candidates across the country. My sense is in the bottom line is that I think you have now, as a result, a very competitive pool of finalists, a diverse pool of finalists, all of which have experience in large systems and quite a bit of administrative management experience.
Thank you so much, Dr. Williams, and thank you for your leadership and your help there. As of now, the 4 finalists, as well as the semifinalists who did not advance, have all been contacted by Jackie Cecil. We will not make the finalists' names public at this point because we have not done a press release, and we have not, we've been sworn to confidentiality until such time as we can release the names to bring in the finalists. Because of the COVID situation and the increase in cases and travel restrictions, the committee agreed that we should postpone or pause the next step of the search process, which is the in-person board interviews. The Board of Regents, as you know, will choose our next president. And according to our original timeline, the interviews were supposed to take place the week of December 14th. I think it's really important for us to meet the finalists in person. It just doesn't translate well to a Teams call. Thus, the in-person interviews will be delayed until a time that I believe that we can safely bring the individuals in to meet with us. So, Karen, I see Wendy, I see you have your hand up.
Just a couple of questions. I noticed in our board book for the presidential search report that one, it still lists Mr. Barry Martin as a community partner and a former KCTCS Board of Regent. Will that be updated to reflect his current position on the board? And then the second question I have is, has Ms. Jackie Tehan, who is no longer the student regent, has she been replaced, and can that be updated in the report?
Yes, I am so sorry not to have caught that. Yeah, Amy Stewart, I think that's her name, from JCTC, who's a UPS supervisor and works full-time. She is a student on it, and Barry Martin. That's an error on our part. Okay, any other questions? So we're waiting for guidance from the governor's office about when we can bring people back in. We hope it's by the end of January, but just kind of be watching for that, because we need to go ahead and bring people in. James Lee, what would you like to know?
Madam Chairman, I'd like for the board to think about just continuing this status until close to the March meeting that we have when we make a decision in reference to the interviews or so. You know, I don't know if that needs to be put in a motion or open for discussion or so, but I'd like for us to at least wait to the March meeting, which in all probability may be virtual till we make this decision. I don't know what impact that would have on the candidates, but I'm thinking right now it may be sometime middle of spring or late spring before we have an opportunity to interview these candidates.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate that. It's an unusual time like no other. Right now, the candidates have all said that they are good with pausing the search until it's safe to come in. It's just so whether it's March or February or April, you know, we will not bring people in until it's safe. Thank you. Wendy, did you have another question?
No, ma'am, I simply forgot to put my hand down.
Okay. One of the pleasures that it was just such an incredible experience to meet the different people on the committee, because every aspect of our Commonwealth, from workforce development to employers, to Lee Lingo, who works with the FAME program, Ashley Watts from the Chamber of Commerce. We had high-level people and some small business people. We had a lot of diversity. And I know in some of the interviews that you had with Dr. Zarapata, you wanted to hear some more stories about some of the things that are going on in the state. So I have asked Elizabeth Garduno, who was on our committee. She's at JCTC as the immigrant and refugee admissions person. And as the growth in the state of Kentucky is mainly from immigrants, and especially Spanish-speaking immigrants, and we have such a huge population in Louisville, Elizabeth has taught me a lot about some of the barriers and challenges our students have. And so I asked her to come in and talk with us for a little bit this morning about some of the things that our students face, especially in the time of COVID. So Elizabeth, welcome. You want to raise your hand so people can see where you are. And I'd asked her last week, and she's heading out of office, and it was because she got married over the weekend. So we're so happy for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, well, welcome.
Is it possible for me to share my PowerPoint, or should I just talk?
Yes. Paul or Amy Coleman, can you help her with that?
I think I got it. Can you see it?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so good morning all. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Henson for the invitation and the opportunity to speak to you all today. A little bit about myself. I'm Elizabeth Garduno. I'm the Immigrant and Refugee Enrollment Specialist here at Jefferson Community and Technical College. I am myself an immigrant. I was born in Salt Lake City, Utah, but my parents decided to move back to Mexico when I was 1, and I spent most of my childhood down there. In 2001, my parents decided to move back to the States, and I lived in Salt Lake City until I completed college. Once I graduated, I decided to move back to Mexico to be with my family, and actually most of my professional experience has been abroad. I have worked in the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Education, and some private schools and universities down in Mexico. In 2017, I decided to move back to the US, and I ended up here in Louisville, Kentucky. I began working in the admissions office at Jefferson, and after 1 year, I was moved to the International Admissions Office. A little bit about our office. The International Admissions Office serves more than just international students. Our international students are students that are in the US with a student visa, but they're planning to complete their program and then return to their home countries. Our office also serves the refugee and immigrant student population. These are students that have recently arrived to the US. The number of refugees that have arrived to Kentucky has been very low in the last 2 years. So most of the students that we are seeing for this category are actually students that are migrating from another US city. So they arrived from their home country, they didn't quite get established where they first arrived, and now they're moving to Kentucky because there are better job opportunities and to improve their quality of life. A lot of these students are Cuban students that are moving from Florida. And then the third group of students that we work with are first generation college students. And these students can be either first or second generation immigrants. So these are students that could have been born in the US to immigrant parents, or students that were born abroad but have completed most of their education here in the States. Since they are the first person in their family to go to college, we are here as extra support in their admissions process, as well as support to the family and just explaining the education system in the US and being a trusted source to answer questions about financial aid, for example. Just making sure that they feel ready to start their college journey once they graduate high school, and also that they understand the benefits of starting a community college. The purpose of my presentation today is just really to bring awareness to some of the struggles these students face and how the pandemic has magnified some of these based on some of my direct experience working with these students. The challenges our student populations face can be grouped into 3 categories. So we have struggles with technology, struggles due to resources, and struggles due to a language barrier. The most visible struggle for our students has been technology. When the pandemic started in spring 2020, the biggest challenge was just access to the necessary technology. Once the decision was made to move to finish the semester remotely, a lot of our students did not have access to a computer, or if they did have a computer, it was a computer that did not have the capabilities of a webcam or a microphone. It was old equipment. Also, many of our students did not have access to internet. And because we were in lockdown, the places that they would have gone in the past, like the public library or Jefferson's library, or maybe a friend that had a computer, those were not options. So a lot of our students resorted to using their phones to complete the semester. And I can attest to that. I had a couple of students, I teach 2 ESL classes, that's English as a second language. And I had a few students that had to submit assignments for the rest of the semester as text messages, just taking pictures of the work that they had done, because that's all that they had access to at that moment. The college saw the need for students to have access to technology, and they did a great job of distributing computers and setting up hotspots in the parking lot for students that did not have access to the internet. So once we transitioned into the summer and the fall semester, the challenge became navigating that technology, not so much having access to it. For our first-time students, these challenges began even with just the application process. So due to COVID, we don't have as much in-person support. So just for a student that is coming for ESL for English classes, filling the application can be a challenge if there's not someone there to guide them through it. So it could be just because of the language barrier, or sometimes just the application can be a little confusing sometimes. I've added a foreign high school to our KCTCS application many times, and I still get confused, so I can see how, you know, it can be sometimes challenging for a student to complete it without any support. Another challenge that we saw was just the placement test. Our ESL population was not able to use ACT scores because many of them do not have them. And also the few that did or had a qualifying GPA from a Kentucky high school or a US high school, it just was not an accurate placement. A lot of ESL students take ESL courses in high school. So a lot of them are very smart, they're hard workers, so they have a good GPA, but that GPA is not necessarily an indicator of their language skill level and whether or not they're ready for a college level course. We also struggle with the verification process for financial aid. So most of our students get selected for verification in order to receive financial aid. So just accessing those verification forms was a challenge when you can not have someone there in person to support. Printing out the forms, a lot of students did not have printers at home or did not know how to do a digital signature. So those were some of the challenges that we saw during the summer. And for some of our students, it was a frustrating process right from the beginning. And then for our returning students, it was just a challenge of navigating hybrid courses. All of our ESL courses were offered in person up until the pandemic. So just having to do half your work online was a challenge for many of our students. And really what has been difficult is that we have this big spectrum of where students fall in terms of their technology abilities. So we have students that are completely at zero. For example, some of our Cuban students, there's no Wi-Fi in Cuba. It's an expensive luxury that only few have access to, same with a computer. So these are students that have not had the opportunity to work with a computer throughout their life like many of us have. So even small things like controlling the cursor and the mouse and double clicking to open the browser or Word, it's a challenge. So we have students that are on that end of the spectrum, and then we have students that might have been a little more familiar, have better computer literacy, but still they had to be taught how to access this online meetings, how to access Blackboard, and how to submit assignments online. So that was one of the struggles that we saw due to technology. The second struggle was just the language barrier. COVID complicated what was already a challenging task. So it was already challenges communicating the admission process for some students, and especially the financial aid process, because financial aid is not a concept that exists in many countries the way it does here. So just not having the words or the language ability to understand that, COVID complicated that because we were not able to meet with students in person. And just setting up a virtual appointment was a challenge itself. You know, how the student could access a team meetings or a Blackboard Collaborate a link. That itself was challenging, and then having to explain the whole process. There was also challenges due to the language barrier and just navigating the hybrid and online courses. So I think we all have had our challenges with technology since we had to move to working remotely from home. So it's the same thing for our students. But, you know, there's that language barrier, so it's just harder to explain things and just to troubleshoot technology issues as they happen. And then finally, the third biggest struggle that we see are just resources. So many of these students are essential workers, and they have been at higher risk of being infected with COVID because they're not at home. Their work requires them to go out every day. And then another big part of our students suffer from job insecurity and unemployment because they work in sectors that have been affected, like hospitality, or they work in restaurants. So also babysitting with no in-person classes. A lot of our students have to take their hybrid course right now from home. And many times you can hear the children in the background because they have been home all day and they just don't have another place to go while the parent has to take their class. So just even a quiet place to study or to take the class is a challenge on top of everything else that's going on in terms of the language barrier and the technology. So what I hope that you take from this presentation is to just keep these students in mind. They are very resilient, but we also need to be able to provide them with the support that they need. Just keep the students in mind when making big picture decisions or when integrating new technology and innovative policy. I truly believe that the pandemic is an opportunity to be innovative and to revolutionize education. However, it is important that when we're making these changes, we're also keeping the students in mind and how they're going to be supported, how staff and faculty are going to be supported so they can continue to advocate and prepare these students for the future, and that the students end up being empowered to use new technologies and that they feel better prepared to find a new job instead of being the first one to drop their classes because they feel overwhelmed by the situation. Or probably, as many of you know, these struggles are also not exclusive to foreign-born students. These challenges are shared with students of all backgrounds all over the system. You know, we have students with limited resources everywhere. We have single parents, we have homeless students, we have unemployed students. So I thank you for your time, and I hope it was just a reminder of things that we're seeing here working on the ground with students about, you know, what has been difficult due to this pandemic.
Thank you so much. This type of information and you know, snapshot at some of our population is so vital for us. In Louisville alone, we have 143 languages. So that's a lot of people, you know, in our system. And we are a secondary migration settlement site. I know for numerous cultures, we have a huge secondary settlement of Somalis here in Louisville. And I don't know the other populations. You mentioned Cuban. So this time, let's have a little time for questions. Karen, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Gail. Elizabeth, you bring a powerful message. Thank you for articulating that so well. I think many of those obstacles are things that are being faced across the state and across the nation right now, but with special attention to the obstacles that an immigrant student may face. I guess my question or comment to our system, you know, we have a very healthy financial outlook, you know, given the financial report yesterday. I know there's been CARES Act funding, recognizing the need to eliminate some of these obstacles. Paul, can you address maybe some of the things that KCTCS is doing right now to help provide the internet access? And I know we've all been aware of some of the hot spots, things like that, but the digital equity piece is so important, I think, for the success of our students and others. I'm hoping there's a way that the KCTCS system can respond to this in a very tangible way, because I think we're seeing the obstacles, and but for some financial resources, we could make an incredible difference in the. So I just wanted to bring that up because, you know, it strikes me that we are in a tremendous financial position really knock down some obstacles and make an impact over the long term.
Well, for Jefferson specifically, I'm going to give a shout out to Thomas Rogers, who runs their IT department. They gave out hundreds they were going to, typically when machines come end of life, they put them up for auction through a site called, I think it's GovDeals or something like that. But anyway, rather than doing that, they retrofitted all of them with Wi-Fi cards and gave these out to students. And this was several hundred. Where I think we really shined, and I reported this to the board, I think in the last meeting, was with our parking lot Wi-Fi project. We advertise that not just with our students, but for the university students as well, because many of them don't have great access to internet at home. That is probably the biggest problem we have as a state, is the digital divide between who's got good internet and who doesn't. And just having an internet connection now isn't enough. With the demands on bandwidth that, especially for some of our courseware, you've got to have a decent broadband connection to connect up. The problem being, in places like Eastern Kentucky, where it is difficult to run fiber and it's expensive, these companies have got, if they're privately held or publicly held, they typically won't invest in a project if it's more than a year and a half to get a return back on it. So it's extraordinarily difficult to get these things done. My hope is with Kentucky Wired, we get this middle mile out there and that we get internet service providers to come in and take that last step. It's probably going to take federal funding, but I'm hopeful for it. Elizabeth, I appreciate what you said about particularly online learning with Blackboard. I'll give a shout out to Dr. Williams and her staff. They put together very quickly a professional development opportunity for all faculty to quickly get them ramped up, because a lot of them have never taught online before, and it is a huge difference. You know, you can't just throw a syllabus inside of a course shell and teach and be successful there. But we've got plenty of opportunities. I'll give Joe Heerdink another shout out again. He's actually running the IT for 2 of our colleges. Joe, do you have anything you'd like to share on what you all have done during the pandemic?
Well, the colleges have kind of come together, and we've done the wireless project in all the parking lots. We're adding more spaces at Henderson. We're pretty much well covered in Madisonville. We've done, through the CARES Act, purchased laptop computers for student loaner devices to be sent out. I know the system office has worked on a student loaner form process that we use to keep track where all these computers are going and stuff. So we're just, tackling things as they come up. I guess in the work groups I've been involved in, one of the biggest things has been access to good internet. Even when they're on our parking lots, you have to get to our parking lots to get to that internet. If you have got a bad connection at home, you have multiple family members on the service at the same time, you're going to run into issues when doing your coursework. So that's some of the stuff we're seeing, and we're trying to work out ways to address this. But I think you're right, Kentucky Wired and getting better internet service across the board to people is vital.
Yeah, I think what's even exacerbated this is the fact that a lot of places have closed their doors. And so students that could typically go to their local coffee shop couldn't. One thing, we haven't started this, but I'm going to start working, is to work with libraries across the state. A lot of libraries have got decent internet connections. What I would like to do is somehow form some partnerships. I know we've got some inroads in Jessamine County. My right-hand man, Kenny Burdine, has served on their board of directors. Just more ways to get student awareness out there of where they can go to get a good broadband connection. Karen, I hope that answers your question somewhat.
Yeah, I think KCTCS has an incredible opportunity right now to use political and financial influence to help really create an impact. So I thank you for keeping that in mind, and I'm hoping this can be top of mind across the system.
Thank you. Lisa Damaris.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for the presentation. I have one question for you. We all work every day with challenges. I think that that's pretty much what all of us do each day when we come to our various jobs. We have a list of challenges and we have to be creative and we have to bring resources together to figure out how to meet those challenges and how to overcome them. You did mention the word resilience when you talked about the population of folks that you work with. Is there anything you've seen on the positive side of human behavior, of experiences? Are there any stories that you could tell us of a more positive nature in terms of, even in the face of all of these challenges, what some of the folks that you work with have done to overcome them?
Well, I do have a few examples. I first would like to talk about some of my own students. So one of the students, when I mentioned like just gain control of the cursor, not being able to open a browser and a Word document, this student has worked so hard throughout the semester. And now she's typing essays and she's submitting all this work. So, you know, it was just someone being there to support her. And it was just not me, it was other faculty members, it was other classmates. And just being her become empowered to use technology and to feel like she can support now her children too with remote learning. I feel like that makes sometimes, you know, those difficult moments worth it. Also a shout out to, you know, pretty much everybody on our team. I know everybody is exhausted, you know, working from home. A lot of people feel like it might be less work, but actually we're all doing more work and we're all doing this for our students. So I am inspired by the hard work of all my coworkers. You know, when I'm tired, I know they're working hard. So I'm like, I know I have to keep going. And I think that's for everyone within KCTCS. I think we're all doing our best to support our students. And despite, you know, what we might also be going through personally at home or, you know, with our families and our situations.
Thank you. Damon?
Elizabeth, thank you for the report and also congratulations on getting married. Welcome to the club. One thing I'd like to ask you to think about and take some time and follow up with this. If there are a couple of things that you think we should consider in addition to the technology piece that might help support our foreign-born student population, if there's just 2 or 3 ideas that you might think about it and maybe just offline float with the board some other things that we can look at and pursue, I'd be interested in that. So.
One of the things that you mentioned when we talked on the phone, Elizabeth, was the safety of the parking lot. You know, Jefferson Community College is right where our riots and protests have been, and it's all boarded up. And it looks like a bomb has hit it. So talk about some of that in terms of giving access, the problems with even wanting to sit in the parking lot to get access.
Yeah, I think that would be one. I think a lot of students have not taken advantage of the hotspots because it is downtown and it is dangerous, not just because of the protests since COVID. There's also a lot of homelessness, and just to be by yourself in a car there, especially for students that take evening classes, is just not the safest. Also because of the pandemic, there's a lot less students going to campus at those times. I teach 2 classes in the evening, and one is from 7:10 to 8:25. When I leave at 8:25, there's no one there. So I think that would be one, is just like, how can our students get internet access, those that do not have internet access, in a way that, in a place that it's safe and that they feel comfortable, that they could actually sit there, you know, for a little bit to do their work. Because also, even if it was safe, it's a little uncomfortable to be working in a car for your classes.
And we do have so many persons for whom women going out at night is not culturally appropriate. And so you've got some gender issues that come from cultural norms. When people could go to the public libraries, especially I'm thinking Iroquois Library and some of the different parts of town where you have different populations, high pockets of populations. So the safety thing. Having taught intercultural communication and worked with refugees and immigrants for the past 20 years through some ESL programs, the resilience that Elizabeth talked about is so incredible. We have lawyers and doctors and scientists who come and they just, their credentials don't translate to the US. So they have to start all over and take those accreditation tests or those tests again. So I've worked with engineers from China, I've worked with software and people from India and doctors from Cuba, and they all have to get retested. So the English is not an easy language to learn. So having the syntax, the grammar is just so irregular. So we want people to get jobs, but they have to be able to write reports and to function in a high-tech economy that's, takes a lot of reading, not just doing. So the challenges are many, but Elizabeth, thank you so much for taking your time and informing us. And we'll be doing more of this, I think, throughout. And this is, again, in response to some of the regions that said, we want to hear more. Damon, did you have anything else to say?
No, ma'am, that was great. I appreciate it. I just appreciate the report.
Say your hand. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for coming, and you can stay or you can leave. So thank you. Yeah, good for you. Okay, so that I will conclude my report by saying thank you to two people. Pam Duncan jumped in feet first and has just done over and above researching issues for us, and your knowledge of process and procedure has just been a breath of fresh air, and we appreciate you. And President Zarapata, I just want to thank you for all the work that you are doing so graciously and with such expertise as interim president. I know that all of us appreciate the ongoing communication and the updates you have shared. When you share celebrations that we've gotten national recognition for different programs, that brings us all a lot of pride. And it's not an easy time to be leading the system, as we heard, with pension issues, legislative issues, COVID, and new pedagogy required for the teaching learning process, but you've done a remarkable job. So with that, I will turn it over to you for your first president's report.
All right, and I remember to unmute. Well, I'll tell you, I have not been this nervous to give an update in 20 years, probably. I did not sleep at all last night, but, ooh, okay. Thank you, Chair Henson. I've spoken with all of the regions over the past several weeks, and I am grateful for the support you've given me and KCTCS. This job covers a lot of ground, and it takes a village to get it done right. I've spent time, mostly with video calls, with legislators, colleagues across the country, the Council on Post-Secondary Education, students, faculty, and staff. I've been drinking from a fire hydrant for sure, but I've been able to lean on some really smart people for advice. No one could have imagined how the pandemic would affect KCTCS and higher education in general. We've persevered and even thrived in some cases, and I am so proud of the way our students, faculty, and staff have responded to the pandemic, and most of all, stayed safe in the process. Traditionally, for me at least, the December board meeting has always been the kickoff to the holiday season, and I hate that we couldn't have had a board dinner this year. I miss the conversations over meals, in the meetings, and in the hallways, and I'm hopeful that we can meet soon. As we wrap up the year, I'm filled with the hope of greater things to come. I want to thank you, Cabinet, the support staff, and our college presidents for helping me out during this time. The world is changing and we have got many challenges ahead of us, the pandemic just being a part of it, and we need to be ready. I'd now like to turn your attention to the president's report, and I'm first going to talk about enrollment. As you know, enrollment in fall was down roughly 10.5%. As I mentioned, talk about colleagues across the country. This was a common story amongst community college and community college system leaders. Thankfully, we weren't nearly as bad as some states where they've had as much as 27% decreases. The 17 and underage group was down 0.2%. 18 to 24 was down roughly 10% from the prior year. Where we really took our big hit is with ages 25 and older. There's still a lot of research going on about this, but it's been rough for our students over that age because of many things, but daycares being closed, K through 12 going virtual, so the kids have to stay at home, and many people losing their jobs in service industries. I'd like to move now onto the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship Campaign. And Hannah, if you could play the video for us, please. I don't think the audio is working.
Anna, make sure your computer's not on mute.
Jeremy, does her mic need to be unmuted or something?
This is Amy. Hannah, if you would share your system audio at the very top when you hover over that bar that says sharing.
Sorry, my apologies. Hold on just a second. I had this all perfect and now it's obviously not working correctly. Hold on just a second.
Snappy Roots, and I got a message for you. Never underestimate you. Never underestimate you. Never underestimate you. Never. Graduated high school at 17, went straight to college, and I get a phone call with Atlantic Records. It's like, we want to sign you guys. And so I told my mother, I said, this is what I've always wanted to do, music-wise. She made me promise her to, you know, if I went off and followed my dreams, that I was going to go back to school and get my degree at some point. And so, yeah, so I went off and, you know, Nappy Roots was born. Still okay. I went back to school, that's right, and I got my degree. You do that for you. I did that for me. It's time to make a change. Learn another trade. Earn a better wage. Education pays. I made good on my promise to my mother. I graduated actually last May, 2019. I started getting into business, and I started a company, and not really having the full education, you know, book-wise. You know, I just kind of needed to know I guess the formula of how to run a successful business. And so I went back to school for organizational leadership. Let's go. Right now is the time to educate your mind with advisors to help guide you so you don't feel left behind. No, I ain't playing with you. We can get you qualified, and tuition's not an issue. Hey, let's give it a try. So restrictions apply. I believe that education is the one thing that nobody can take away from you. The Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship pays tuition for Kentuckians who want to earn a degree in a high-demand career field. This whole program is amazing because they offer a lot of different skill sets. So if you want to get into healthcare, if you want to get into manufacturing, and the best thing is it's free, and you don't have to worry about accumulating a bunch of debt. You know, so I got you. Trust me. I'm hooking you up. This is the hookup. Never underestimate you. Never. If I could do it, anybody can do it. Actually, you know, I'm rushing to get my assignments in before, you know, it's showtime. You know, so I'm like side stage. Okay, let me finish this last little paragraph out. You know, send it, and then go on and do my show. So, you know, y'all know the number, you know the website. Call them up. Tell them Be Still sent you. I promise you, they'll hook you up.
Hannah, thank you very much. The Work Ready Scholarship Cabinet, I do want to shout out to our web team that developed that website, even though it is for KCTCS and other higher ed institutions. We were tasked with making the website. This is not a new scholarship. This actually started under the former Governor Bevin's administration, but it's never really had an ad campaign behind it. My understanding is the big push is going to start right after Christmas by the Kentucky Lottery. To date, we've had over 800 inquiries, 245 chat sessions, and 83 phone calls. So I'm hopeful that this is going to be another on-ramp for students to come with us. This scholarship covers the remaining cost of tuition and fees after federal, state, and campus grants and scholarships are applied. And it provides up to 60 hours of tuition for people that have not yet earned an associate degree in specific technical programs. So I'm very excited about that. I'd like to now go to some workforce solutions apprenticeships. The Workforce Solutions teams is working on a new model for apprenticeships. They've got 6 employer participants right now, with many more that are coming in the pipeline. Obviously, apprenticeships have gotten a lot of buzz. There's obvious research behind it that they're successful. The first one that's coming out is the John Deere apprenticeship that focuses on their JD Tech occupation. And the second is an LPN apprenticeship in partnership with Trilogy. The next item is around Kentucky Fame, and I've shared this information with the board previously, but we've gotten a lot of good press out of the Wall Street Journal and other internet outlets. Opportunity America and the Brookings Institution released a report on the success of the Kentucky Fame program. Kentucky Fame graduates have a higher completion rate than those not in the program, and roughly 80% completed Kentucky Fame once they started it. They've got higher earnings. 5 years into their careers, Fame graduates average nearly $100,000, which is $45,000 more than non-Fame graduates. Moving on, as we talked about technology and the pandemic, in Dr. Williams' shop, they have started a classroom virtual extension project. What's really cool about this is that it's focused on career and technical education faculty that typically wouldn't be teaching online, but have been forced to do so through the pandemic. It's basically a whole video studio in a box. It includes the software and the hardware to record engaging interactive video. It's really cool, and I'm really excited to see how this turns out. We've talked about COVID-19. I can't say enough about Christy Giles, who is our Healthy at Work officer for the system, and our Healthy at Work officers at the colleges. They have just done an unbelievable job. If you take a look at the KCTCS COVID-19 dashboard and compare that with the county information, students are I am thoroughly convinced of this, and I said so at the CPE meeting earlier this week. Students are safer on our campuses than they are out in the county. We are continuing with weekly planning and response team meetings. Obviously, what we've got coming up very quickly here in about 6 weeks is the start of the spring term. And so we are going to be approaching the spring term very similar to fall. And that's going to be, following all the guidelines, social distancing, moving some courses online where we have to, but we are absolutely staying open for business. I want to take you to one of the two student stories that was highlighted in this report. And this one is a student from Henderson Community College that had a pre-employment transition service person interact with this student while he was in high school. And basically the story really tells you about how important it is for us to get in the high schools and work with these students. This student said that he's absolutely not going to go to college and didn't know about some of the other alternatives that were out there. And so what he ultimately decided to do was go into the lineman program. And I'm happy to report that he starts at Madisonville Power on December 7th.
Great.
Let's see here. Just muted myself, sorry. I've sent some information to the board about the future of work. We have a really great initiative called the Rapid Response Additive Manufacturing Initiative, or RAMI. I don't know if that's a rolling R, but it's RAMI. Additive manufacturing, if you're not familiar with it, is, well, it's really mainstream now. But what it's doing is really disrupting the supply chain, because if you look at a Toyota who relies on hundreds of factories and manufacturers for all the different parts for their vehicles, a lot of that can be manufactured either by them or lead to a consolidation of these suppliers. So KCTCS being led through Somerset, which has really been a pioneer in this, and they've had a program for at least 3 years and I think longer. But they are bringing on 4 additional colleges: Jefferson, Madisonville, Owensboro, and South Central Kentucky, so that they can add this certificate program and create more additive ready technicians to facilitate the manufacturing shift. And again, this is shifting workers. It's just different. It's different to maintain these additive manufacturing machines. They have different problems than your typical manufacturing processes do. And there's a lot of programming that takes place with it. I'm going to move now into the state budget development. Well, later today, we should hear an update from the Commonwealth Forecasting Group. I am hopeful. To date, I've been shocked at where we are year over year. I will send an update once we get a better idea. Right now, we're being told that we're not going to be cut this fiscal year, which is just wonderful. We did have some news that came out about a week and a half ago. 2.31% of our general funds were swapped with CARES funds. But in addition to that, the governor put another 20 million out there in CARES funds for higher ed. Wendell, did you want to add anything to that?
Right. All the colleges and my staff have been working all of this week. The application was due to the Office of State Budget Director and to the CPE on Tuesday. So we've been trying to identify additional expenses and creating, basically filling out the application, which is multiple series of spreadsheets by college listing in detail, quite frankly, the types of activities, whether it be personnel related items for additional work that they've had to do, additional PPE equipment, software for faculty, and things to provide instruction. So KCTCS received roughly $4 million out of that state appropriation swap, and then an additional $4 million. So we had to identify all $8 million as of Tuesday. So we've not heard back from that, but we're very positive in believing that it will be approved.
Thank you, sir. I'll move on to performance-based funding work group. I have been really pleased with how things have moved through here. And I can honestly say that Senator Gibbons and Representative Tipton are extraordinarily supportive and see the importance of post-secondary education in the Commonwealth. I think the biggest change to performance-based funding that's being proposed that I'm very excited about is the notion of a floor. And so this floor would be, you can't lose more than that unless there's a state budget cut, but that floor would be basically what your appropriation is right now. And then additional funds, should the legislature put them in, would run through the model and then be allocated that way. I know we talked about the fiscal cliff yesterday. Wendell, could you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, the fiscal cliff is basically not only for KSU, Moorhead, and Murray, but for our colleges. We have 6 colleges that are above the equilibrium currently under the current model. They're Ashland, Hazard, Big Sandy, Southeast, Madisonville, and Henderson. And if there was no floor, then basically all of whatever dollars they have above that equilibrium line, and for those colleges in Eastern Kentucky, it's significant dollars because historically they've received funding. They've also had some decline in enrollment, some other logistical and just geographical issues and things that, given the current model that has them above the equilibrium line, all of that funding would be taken away in an immediate basis without a floor. So let's say for 21-22, a college like Hazard could lose $2, $3, $4 million that would have to be done on an immediate basis without any ladder to step down or any path to come off that cliff, so to speak. So questions about?
Thank you, Wendell. You'll be hearing more about this as the session starts back up in January. I'd like to move us along to the Leadership Enrichment and Development Academy. This is the 3rd lead cohort, and it's leadership development within KCTCS. This is so important. As you know, we talked about curves yesterday. You know, there are a lot of people that are retiring, and we need talent management plans in place and succession planning to get people into these leadership roles. I was fortunate enough to go through not Lead Academy, but through the McCall Leadership Academy in 2005. And just about everyone that went through that ended up in leadership positions, either in KCTCS or at other institutions. So there are 59 people in it this year. So after this cohort is done, there's going to be almost 200 people that have been through this in the last 3 years. The next phase for them is to work on leadership projects. Those are regional. And so, you know, there are representatives from each college, and they'll work regionally on a leadership project. So that's going to be interesting to see how that turns out. Lastly, or no, second to last, I'm sorry. We've received a few very large grants. Big Sandy has received $1.5 million from the Department of Labor for the Kentucky Oral Health Training Center in Paintsville. Hazard has received $3.8 million from the Economic Development Administration, and that's to renovate their industrial education and transportation buildings. These have the CNC machining, welding, tool and die, electricity, and HVAC programs, so extraordinarily important, particularly as we try to recover the economy. And Somerset Community College received $2.2 million from the U.S. Department of Education for the Raising Appalachia Innovation Student Engagement Initiative. They're going to be creating outlets for learning and broader campus engagement in the community. This will benefit faculty, encourage professional development, peer mentoring, and establish a navigation program for student success. Lastly, I'm going to highlight a couple of good things here. We recently have gotten numbers certified of the fall 2017 cohort. 36.3% completed a credential by summer of 2020. This represents an increase from 33.9% the prior year. So that's great news for us. For underrepresented minorities, it also rose, but not as much. So we've got to take a look at that. So that gap between URM graduation and the total graduation rate has increased. But the diversity plans implemented in the 17-18 academic years should serve to lessen these gaps as new cohorts of students benefit from the fully integrated strategies and tactics. Chair Henson, that concludes my president's report.
Wow, it's a lot. Thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions for Paul? Hearing your report just makes us realize, the extent and the scope of our work with the legislature, with national funding entities, with manufacturing, with Work Ready, Kentucky Fame. There's so many aspects to what we do. And frankly, on a fairly limited budget, the fact that we haven't had any new appropriations in the past 11 years. So it's really admirable, and you've got a great team, and you have my sincere appreciation. Are there any hands or questions or comments? Lisa.
Thank you, Chair Henson. Paul, I just wanted to personally thank you for the way in which you have been interacting with this board since you took over as interim president of KCTCS. It is obvious to me that you have a collaborative leadership style. I have felt more communicated with, more informed, more connected to what's going on with KCTCS because of your email blasts, because of your personal attention to board members scheduling one-on-one calls, and basically because of the way in which you clearly operate amongst your staff. I just wanted to thank you personally for really, truly the style of leadership that you have brought to this position. I also want to thank you for hanging with us, because we just heard earlier that you're going to be in the job for a little while longer. So thank you for your commitment to doing that. And I know you're going to continue to do the great job that I wanted to recognize in today's forum.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. That means a lot.
Great. Tammy Thompson.
I just want to second or third that actually from Chair Henson and Regent Damaris. I think that you have done a phenomenal job, and I know that it's been a rough process. I've heard you refer to being drinking from the fire hose a couple of times, but you have risen to the occasion and done just a phenomenal job, and you and your team. And I just want to reiterate my comments of the great job that you've done. I also just want to comment and go back to one thing that you said, the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship. That's something that is really a great program that really hasn't gotten the attention that it really deserves in the past. And I think that this campaign is phenomenal. And I think that video that we've all seen, which I've seen before, the Be Still and the things that he said, I mean, what better way to say that from somebody who has really fulfilled a promise, but is, in the entertainment industry, and somebody who's really big talking about this program and promoting it. And this campaign, I think, is a great time to have it and to do it. And I just think that it's exciting.
Thank you, Tammy. Chris.
Thank you, Chair Henson. I would just like to add to the chorus taking place here for Paul. Paul, I want to thank you for your proactive approach, your open dialogue, your communication, your really proactive outreach to all the board members and staff. I know this has been somewhat initiation by fire for you, and I just can't thank you enough for the regular communication, the consistent communication, bringing all board members to the table. It's greatly appreciated. Also want to thank you for the focus and the update on the Kentucky Fame as well as Work Ready programs as well. I echo what Tammy has said. I've been able to personally witness it's changing lives of our fellow Kentuckians. And I think it's a wonderful program that KCTCS brings to the table. But Paul, thank you for your leadership through these difficult times. Thank you, Chair.
Sir. I appreciate it.
Angela Fultz.
Well, I just wanted to also express appreciation from the faculty and staff at large in the system, that you have done a wonderful job communicating with them as well as with the board. So it is very much appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other comments? I don't see any more hands. Okay, well, I think it's 10:11. I think we're going to take a 5-minute break, okay? And then we'll come back to the consent agenda, all right? So 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
looks like we still may be missing James Lee.
I don't see him. That's the only one I don't see. Everyone else I see.
Okay, I think I'll go ahead and start with the consent agenda. I would like to ask if there are any changes to the consent agenda. So if there are no additional changes, I declare the agenda approved by unanimous consent. I'd like to ask Vice Chair Lisa Damaris to make the executive committee report.
Thank you, Chair Henson. I'm glad to do so. Yesterday, the executive committee met, and for today's report, there is one item that we are going to ask this board to make action on, and 2 items that will be updates to the board as a result of yesterday's meeting. The first item that requires action is the renewal of the mission statement for Bluegrass Community and Technical College. I apologize, that's my crazy dog in the background barking at someone outside. Can we pause for 1 second?
Sure.
Okay, he's quiet now. The item is relative to the mission statement for the Bluegrass Community and Technical College. Each year, we usually have several colleges, sometimes 1 or 2, sometimes more than that, who do take a look at their mission statements. It is a policy of the KCTCS Board of Regents that any of the SACS accredited colleges under the jurisdiction of the KCTCS Board of Regents have a statement of purpose approved by the governing board, and that the KCTCS Board of Regents periodically reviews and approves mission statements of each of the SACS accredited colleges. At this time and in this meeting, we have 1 of those colleges. Yesterday, we received a very brief presentation from Dr. Acapo, who is the BCTC president, with background information as to the mission statement and how it was evaluated this year. Dr. Acapo had an online survey regarding the institution's current mission statement as it was approved in 2017, distributed in October of this year to faculty, staff, foundation board members, BCTC board members, and the student government representative. From that survey, a total of 77 respondents participated and provided their comments. Each of the survey statements was rated on a 5-point scale, from 5 being strongly agree to 1 being strongly disagree. All statements were rated agree, with the lowest rated as specific enough to differentiate BCTC. In essence, the conclusion from the survey results was that the current mission statement adequately represented BCTC's mission statement and that there were no changes that were needed. However, the board of directors did provide some input, and on October 25th of 2020, 1 member did provide some additional comments regarding the BCTC mission statement service result. The comment provided suggested that BCTC linked the mission statement with the vision statement. There was some discussion around that. However, at the end of the day, the decision was to not actually follow that particular suggestion. Just this week, on December 12th, there was a meeting of the board of directors for BCTC, and at that meeting, there was a unanimous approval of the current mission statement. At this time, I'm going to ask Chair Hanson if it's okay if I move on behalf of the executive committee that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the renewal of the mission statements for the Bluegrass Community and Technical College as presented in your agenda materials, essentially no change from the 2017 version.
Thank you. Are there any questions or further discussion? Hearing none, I'd like to call for the vote. Ms. Duncan, would you please proceed with the roll call vote?
Yes, Chair Henson. Will all Regents please activate their cameras? And I will say your name and you repeat it and state your vote. Chair Gail Henson.
Gail Henson, yes.
Vice Chair Lisa Damaris.
Lisa Damaris, yes.
Secretary Dr. Wendy Fletcher.
Wendy Fletcher, yes.
Regent Damon Allen.
Damon Allen, yes.
Regent Karen Finan.
Karen Finan, yes.
Regent Angela Foltz.
Angela Foltz, yes.
Regent Simon. Regent Simon.
He's kind of frozen.
I think he is. Regent Simon. We'll move on. Regent Chris Girdler.
Chris Girdler, yes.
Regent Joe Herdink.
Joe Herdink, yes.
Regent Barry Martin.
Barry Martin, yes.
Regent Kara McFadden.
Kara McFadden, yes.
Regent James Lee Stevens.
James Lee Stevens, yes.
Regent Tammy Thompson.
Regent Thompson, yes.
Regent Mark Wells.
Mark Wells, yes.
And I'll try Simon one more time. Regent Simon. Okay, without Regent Simon's vote, we will try to get him back online. But we do have pretty much a unanimous vote with all present regents voting yes, except for Regent Simon. So the proposition carries.
Thank you. Go ahead, Lisa.
Thank you. The next two items are items of update. The first one being the KCTCS board policy review. Board members might recall that there was discussion of the last two board meetings to take a deeper dive look at all of the existing policies that govern this Board of Regents. Because of that request from the Board of Regents, Interim General Counsel Pamela Duncan and her staff have actually done that work for us and had provided an update in yesterday's executive session. One thing I would like to mention is that it was important to Interim General Counsel Pamela Duncan to highlight one of her team members, Terry Diatley, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, is a member of her legal team and is a director over policy and analysis. Terry has been with KCTCS for many, many years and was highly regarded by Interim Counsel Pam Duncan as an employee and as a major contributor to this work. So I'd like to make sure the board members were aware of that. The review has begun and taken a look at all of the KCTCS policies. And what has happened is the group has decided that there should be a process, basically a framework, to go forward with the fairly extensive amount of work that would be needed to not only review these policies, but bring them in line under several different parts of the structure. So I'm going to describe sort of the framework and the structure for you. And certainly if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. The Office of General Counsel is proposing a 3-step framework to update the policies and ensure that further review is done in the future and that compliance is consistently made in the future. And that first step is a proposal that there be a policy on policies. Essentially what that means is in today's world, KCTCS does not have a policy, a framework, a process, or a procedure to ensure that there is a consistent oversight of how it governs itself, an oversight of its own policies, an oversight of when they are reviewed, and an oversight of when they are updated and changed. And so that is the first proposal, is that the OGC would like to bring to us a proposal in March on a policy to govern this entire process. In your notes, you'll see that there is some detail about what is a policy on policies and what's included in the policy on policies. But essentially what it is it's that framework that ensures that every policy that the board has a purpose to it, has a scope of that policy, has an actual statement of the policy, that all policies exist within a consistent format, and that all policies have information relative to who's responsible for maintaining those policies, how often do those policies get reviewed and maintained, and how do changes come forward as they need to be done. And so the first step in the process is to ensure that that framework exists so that the deep dive work can be done. The next step in that process, once we have a policy on policies, and this will be presented to the board in March for us to review, would be to actually sort of roll up the sleeves and do the work. And what the work is taking a look of each of the individual policies with the following 4 priorities in mind. First, do the policies hold up to legal compliance? Meaning, are there policies that exist that are not compliant with any changes that may have happened or been passed through the legislature? And which are those policies and how do they need to be updated? So essentially a legal compliance review of the policies. The second is a revision for policies that are not necessarily legally compliant. There are policies out there that perhaps are not legally compliant, but need to be, right? And so we must first identify which ones are not legally compliant and then schedule revisions for those policies that are not legally compliant. The third priority is looking at the policies relative to best practices. As you all are aware, these policies were created 20 years ago. And I believe we discussed in our last meeting that a very small percentage of them have been modified even in the last 10 years. So there's going to be some policies out there that are probably using some old language or may not be considered best practice in this time in 2020 or even going forward. So there will be some review of policies relative to best practice. And then finally, a look at policies relative to proper construction. Do the policies have all the pieces, parts that they need to have? Making sure that we're not missing anything within a policy that would be appropriate. The final step in this process is a review of the bylaws. So Regents, as you look at the policies, there's really 2 pieces, a large piece to this governance that we all operate under. One is the policies of the boards and the other are the bylaws. And the bylaws are not necessarily broken out individually as individual policies. They're sort of one large group of operating guidance that we use as bylaws for this group. And so the OGC has also committed to taking a comprehensive look at the bylaws, using the same prioritization. Are they legally compliant? Are they not legally compliant? Are they best practices? Do they have structure that is appropriate, and applying that same sort of review process? The analysis should be delivered to us in March at our next meeting. It's a lot of work, but I'm sure that the OGC is very capable to do it, and they've already done quite a bit of it at this time. During our meeting, Interim Counsel Pam Duncan did say that she is open to any feedback from board members. So as her and her team do this work, over the next several months and even prior to getting the analysis report from her in March. If you have any specific questions, if you have any comments or any feedback that you would like to provide to her, she is open to that and she welcomes that you do that. That's the update on policy and bylaw review. Are there any questions before I go to the third item?
Thank you.
Hearing none. The last item in the executive committee report was an update on the 2021 KCTCS legislative session. We received that update yesterday from Brian Perry. It's been, obviously, as we all know, a strange year, not only for all of us personally, but for all of those folks who serve us in legislative roles. Couple of things to be noted. Republicans extended their supermajorities in both chambers as a result of the most recent election. 22 new members were in the House and 5 in the Senate. At this time, it is not known when the Capitol will open again to the public for the 2021 session. It does start on January 5th, scheduled to end on March 30th, but at this time, due to the pandemic, the building is in fact closed. Mr. Perry speaks a little bit about some logistical challenges with that. It's a little bit difficult to not have the ability to get into the building and for people to get together to do their work. They, like us, are doing a lot of Zoom and Teams type meetings. So good luck to them. It's a difficult way to work together, but I'm sure that they will continue their jobs with all due diligence. There are a couple of items that we will be bringing as KCTCS forward to the legislature as they have their discussions. You may recall that one of the items that got passed in the last session was the amount of credit associated with the dual credit tuition rate. Previously, when someone was taking a dual credit course, that course charge was 1/3 of the KCTCS rate that was being reimbursed back to the college or university. It was passed to increase that from 1/3 or 33% to 40%. We are going to be going back to ensure that that 40% sticks. We don't expect it to be reversed, but we do want to make sure that it was important to us to see at least a 7% gain in that reimbursement rate. I believe in the future, the request will go back to where it was prior to the last session, which was a 50% reimbursement rate. But at current, it is 40%. We'd like to at least make sure it stays there. Another item that's important to KCTCS and all the other institutions across the state is the sale of surplus property. You all may recall that when surplus property, basically a building, gets sold that belongs to KCTCS or even any of the universities, the proceeds from that do not go back to that actual entity. So if we sell a building over at Gateway, the proceeds don't go back to Gateway. They don't go back to KCTCS. They go back to the state. And so everyone is in agreement that the proceeds should be retained by the institution that actually sells the building. So we will be going back and asking for that to be true. We are, as I understand it, in unison with the other comprehensives and universities along that same line. I did ask the question yesterday, and I'll ask Wendell follow-up to correct me if I'm wrong. If one of the 16 colleges does sell a building, my question was, do the proceeds go back to that individual college, or do they go back to the KCTCS system general fund? And the answer that I received was the proceeds would go back to that individual college should this request pass. Wendell, if I'm wrong in that, please correct me.
No, you're correct. You're correct.
Thank you. And then finally, the other item that the folks are going forward with, again, this is something that affects not only KCTCS, but also the other institutions, is a request for the FAFSA savings across the state. And I'm going to ask that that portion of the notes be put up on the screen because it can get a little confusing to understand that. Great, thank you. In this one sheet, sort of everything that we're going to be asking for as we go forward in discussing items of need with the legislature. One of them is a FAFSA requirement for mandated tuition waivers. There are mandated tuition waivers for various groups, such as foster and adopted children, and these cost us millions each year. We're asking that the students complete the FAFSA prior to getting the tuition waiver to ensure that any federal grants and/or scholarships are applied before the remaining tuition is waived. And you have to sort of think about that. You basically want to have students in this particular groups complete their FAFSA, ensuring that federal grants that they would normally get, scholarships they would normally get, or any other monies that they would normally get would already be applied before the remaining tuition would actually be waived. This would ensure that we are not leaving federal money on the table. The number that was discussed with us yesterday by Mr. Perry was, in terms of across the state, not just KCTCS, but across the state, this would be approximately a $4 billion savings. So it's important. It doesn't mean that people won't get their money or that their tuition would not be waived. It's just a process. It's an order of operations in terms of how the money is applied and how the application is processed. Finally, I just want to have everyone take a look at this KCTCS one sheet. It's actually very well done. I believe, Chair Henson, you were the person who asked for this to put together. Am I correct in saying that?
Last year, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
So thank you, Chair Henson. It is a really great resource for each of us as Regents. Sometimes reading lots and lots of pages or very long books of information is difficult for us to articulate in any conversations that we may be having with local legislators or anyone that we come across in the state who has influence on these decisions. So I'd like to thank you, Chair Henson, for asking for the one sheet. It is actually quite well done, and it summarizes the items that are important to KCTCS relative to the next legislative session. So thank you. That concludes my report.
Does anybody have any questions for Lisa? We went over. Okay, I would like to revisit my report about the presidential search. Well, it's not actually necessary for us to vote as a Board of Regents. I would like us to affirm pausing the search. And I have made a motion. Let's see, Hannah, were you able to get that? I just sent it to you, but I could also share my screen.
If you wouldn't mind to share your screen, I'm not in my email.
Okay, how do I, can you give me what I need? Request control?
Yes, ma'am. And then you should be able to pull it up.
Okay. Can you see it?
Can you share your full screen?
Oh, sorry. I use Teams at school and it drives me nuts. Here we go. Can you all see that now?
Yes.
Okay, so The motion, and I think this will keep things very clean and for everybody. I'd like to move that in light of the global pandemic known as COVID-19, the KCTCS Board of Regents moves to postpone final interviews with the identified KCTCS presidential candidates until conditions permit the safe conduct of in-person interviews with the full Board of Regents. And I'd like to have a second on that.
So moved, Chair Hansen.
Okay. I just think this is important. Any discussion? Okay. Hearing none, I'll ask for Pam.
I have a question, Dr. Henson. It's Mark Wells.
Okay.
How will we approach it if delaying this somehow we lose a couple of candidates or something? How are we planning on handling that?
One of the reasons for having 4 candidates was so in the event that one did drop out, we wouldn't just have 2. Right now, all the 4 candidates are aware of the pause. You know, so they're all in right now. So having 4 will give us more of a pool in the event one does drop out. Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question?
Yes, but just in what if 2 drop out, or will we continue with 2, or how will we handle that?
I think we'll just have to cross that bridge. You know, I think it might just be till January that this happens. So we'll just take it for what, you know, where it is. Okay, Karen, did you have a question?
Yes, Chair. I would just ask that this is revisited frequently because to your point, things may change very quickly. So this is what I look at as a slight delay in the timetable versus really postponing this very critical decision because Mark's point, you know, time is key with candidates and there can be other opportunities that take a prime candidate out of the mix.
Absolutely.
So I would just ask that this is reviewed frequently.
Absolutely. We're all on pins and needles for this. And again, we had hoped to have the interviews December 14th, but it's just not prudent for that. Barry?
Yes. Chair Hansen, are we not waiting on some guidance from the governor's office in regards to
Absolutely. Yeah, we have to wait you know, for permission, you know, for the state to open and bring things back. Lieutenant Governor Coleman was very clear about bringing people in. So,
that's kind of what we're waiting on, right?
Right.
Okay.
Waiting for guidance.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any other? Okay, and James Lee, I appreciated your call and your support on this. All right, so I think, Pam, we're ready to vote.
All right, this will be a roll call vote. So if all regents will have their cameras on and audio unmuted. Chair Gail Henson.
Gail Henson, yes.
Vice Chair Lisa Damaris.
Lisa Damaris, yes.
Secretary Dr. Wendy Fletcher.
Wendy Fletcher, yes.
Regent Damon Allen.
Damon Allen, yes.
Regent Karen Finan.
Karen Finan, yes.
Regent Angela Foltz.
Angela Foltz, yes.
Regent Simon.
Regent Simon, yes.
Regent Chris Girdler.
Chris Girdler, yes.
Regent Joe Herdink.
Joe Herdink, yes.
Regent Barry Martin.
Barry Martin, yes.
Regent Kara McFadden.
Kara McFadden, yes.
Regent James Lee Stevens.
James Lee Stevens, yes.
Regent Tammy Thompson.
Regent Thompson, yes.
And Regent Mark Wells.
Mark Wells, yes.
The vote is unanimous. The proposition carries.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now ask Committee Chair for Finance, Technology, and Human Resources, Damon Allen, to make the committee report.
Chair Henson,
morning,
I'm
Madam
sorry
Chair.
to interrupt, but would you please provide control back?
I am so sorry.
That's okay, thank you.
I'm not sure.
That's good. You're good.
Okay, sorry.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair and my fellow regents. The Finance, Technology, and Human Resources Committee, having a quorum and being duly convened, met yesterday, Thursday, December 3rd, 2020 at 1:45 p.m. The meeting began with the call to order and the roll call. The first action item for the committee was approval of the minutes from its September 17th, 2020 meeting. Following approval of the minutes, the committee ratified the personnel actions that are included in the consent agenda for this meeting. The next action item for the committee is to consider staff's recommendation that KCTCS remain in the KERS. It should be noted that given the discussion at the KERS workshop yesterday morning, there was very limited discussion at the Finance Committee meeting, and the committee unanimously voted to approve a resolution that KCTCS remain in the KERS. One item worth noting, however, is that in response to a question he received from a regent during the workshop, Mr. Followell noted that KCTCS met with the state budget director, Mr. John Hicks, in January. At that meeting, Mr. Hicks noted that KCTCS does not have the authority to issue any new bonds other than in support of a decision to exit the KERS. So what this means is that we cannot issue a bond to support the upfront cost of remaining in the KERS without special legislation. So Madam Chair, I would like to pause here and make a motion on behalf of the Finance, Technology, and Human Resources Committee that the KCTCS Board of Regents adopt the resolution included in your materials authorizing KCTCS to continue its participation in the KERS.
Okay, since it comes from a committee, it does not need a second. Are there any further questions or discussion? Okay, I'd like to call for the vote. Ms. Duncan, please proceed with the roll call.
Again, roll call. Chair Gail Henson.
Gail Henson, yes.
Vice Chair Lisa Damaris.
Lisa Damaris, yes.
Secretary Dr. Wendy Fletcher.
Wendy Fletcher, yes.
Regent Damon Allen.
Damon Allen, yes.
Regent Karen Finan.
Karen Finan, yes.
Regent Angela Foltz.
Angela Foltz, yes.
Regent Simon.
Regent Simon, yes.
Regent Chris Girdler.
Chris Gardler, yes.
Regent Joe Herdink.
Joe Herdink, yes.
Regent Barry Martin. Regent Kara McFadden.
Kara McFadden, yes.
Regent James Lee Stevens.
James Lee Stevens, yes.
Regent Tammy Thompson.
Regent Thompson, yes.
Regent Mark Wells.
Mark Wells, yes.
And I will try one more time, Regent Barry Martin. All right, of the regents present, the vote is unanimous and the proposition carries.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. So following the KERS discussion, the remainder of the meeting focused on receipt of the Administrative Services Report, the Facilities Management and Sustainability Status Report, and the Technology Solutions Report. The reports stand as submitted in the Finance Committee materials. However, there are two items that I would like to note. First, KCTCS is in good position financially, as evidenced by approximately $417 million in total revenues and appropriated fund balances, which is roughly 46% of the budget. Also, as evidenced by current fund expenses and budget reserves of $244 million, or 27% of the budget. Please note that all of these favorable figures are in spite of a pandemic that has resulted in modest declines in student enrollment. The second item of note, which I hope we all get to experience, is that KCTCS's system office has made further energy efficiency improvements, including the addition of frosted glass and further beautification enhancements, including the addition of 19 types of flowers that are native to the Commonwealth. So hopefully soon we'll all get to see and enjoy those enhancements. Following these reports, there being no further business, a motion was made and unanimously passed to adjourn at 2:36 p.m. I would like to note that in response to some inquiries from Regents that KCTCS has received since our last meeting regarding giving, that one can give at give.kctcs.edu, or you can also contact Mr. Ben Moeller and he can send you out a pledge card. Madam Chair, unless there are any questions, this concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. We've had a chance to review the materials, and thank you very much for your efficient leadership there. All right, we'll turn to the Academic Affairs and Curriculum Committee and ask for Committee Chair Chris Girdler to make the committee's report.
Thank you very much, Chair Henson, and thank you to the Regents and the staff who stuck with us through yesterday's meeting. It was quite lengthy, however, yet it was very informative and productive. We had just a few informational items that we reviewed. Two of those items that required action were in your consent agenda. You will see that, but before going any further, I just want to say a few good words about Regent Simon again. Simon, we appreciate you joining the board as well as sitting through the committee meetings there yesterday. Very grateful for that opportunity to work with you, and we appreciate your service here. One item in particular that does require action by the full board today will be under our policy revisions. However, we did have one action item that we discussed, and it brings about the great importance of having Board of Regents from all different walks of life. And on this particular issue with the Ashland Community and Technical College, we really look to Dr. Fletcher and her expertise in this, and we're grateful for the open dialogue that took place. And after discussing the possibility of the Academic Affairs Committee recommending that the Board of Regents approve an Associates in Applied Science in Surgical Technology. This came down to quite a few questions for the accreditation process and the accrediting entities itself. Dr. Ferguson, as well as Ms. Cantrell from Ashland Community College, gave a great presentation. However, there were still quite a few questions that were remaining unanswered. After, again, some great thought, open dialogue, some really good questions, the motion was made to postpone this particular initiative until our March 18th agenda. So we will be taking this issue up on the March 18th agenda, and we'll bring that back to the full board for further consideration there. Happy to answer any questions there. Dr. Williams, if there is anything that you would like to add to any of this, please feel free to jump in at any time. Would be happy to lend my time to anyone there from that perspective. Not seeing any comments or questions on that. We'll move on to the next item, which was really just a policy revision. Basically what this does, board, it cuts the red tape. It really streamlines the process, makes things more efficient, brings things down to a timing perspective. And what we're hoping to do here is kind of meet the needs of the business and industry in the college's various service regions. What this is going to be able to do is to allow the college to implement an embedded diploma quickly without the duplicated administrative burden of completing a full proposal and basically what can be considered a repetitive review of information requested by the regents. This particular item passed unanimously with some very enthusiastic support. So on behalf of the Academic Affairs and Curriculum Committee, I'm going to move that the Kentucky Community and Technical College System Board of Regents approve the proposed revision of the Board of Regents Policy 4.11 Policy Program. That information is there. I'd be more than happy to entertain any questions, Chair Henson. But Madam Chair, if you would if there are no questions, we would move for this vote to be taken, please.
Okay, are there any other questions? So Pam, would you call for the roll call, please?
Yes. Chair Gail Henson,
Gail Henson, yes.
Vice Chair Lisa Damaris,
Lisa Damaris, yes.
Secretary Dr. Wendy Fletcher,
Wendy Fletcher, yes.
Regent Damon Allen,
Damon Allen, yes.
Regent Karen Finan,
Karen Finan, yes.
Regent Angela Foltz,
Angela Falls, yes.
Regent Simon, Regent Chris Girdler,
Chris Girdler, yes.
Regent Joe Herdink,
Joe Herding, yes.
Regent Barry Martin,
Barry Martin, yes.
Regent Kara McFadden,
Kara McFadden, yes.
Regent James Lee Stevens,
James Lee Stevens, yes.
Regent Tammy Thompson,
Tammy Thompson, yes.
Regent Mark Wells,
Mark Wells, yes.
and I'll go back one more time, Regent Simon.
Pam, his
All
video
right.
is on, but I
Regent
don't-
Simon, yes.
Okay. All members have voted unanimously to pass the proposition and it carries.
Thank you. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you, Chair Henson. The next item is just for informational purposes only. There is no action required at this time. We do anticipate at the March board meeting bringing this forward for action. These are further policy revisions to the Board of Regent Policy. What this is in particular is the policy on collaborative program development and really trying to have further discussions on limitations for students transferring into other majors at four-year institutions. As part of that discussion, it was basically talked about in order to reflect the option of completing like general education, oral communication courses in Block 2 of Associates in Arts, things of that nature, that KCTCS just needs to update the Associate in Art program requirements. That information is in your board packets there. If you have any further questions or need any more details, would be more than happy to provide any of that. I do want to also commend Dr. Chris Williams for her effort yesterday and leading up to, as always, and of course, Dr. McCall for bringing some great information in front of us. The next item is the Align project. Basically, in layman's terms, what this is it basically says that skills are more important than time, that it's more competency-based rather than time-based. This, I think, is going to be a wonderful program for KCTCS. President Zapata brought about so many different great media publications that he has shared with the board. One of those in particular was focusing on the Align project. And I really want to commend Carla Hornback and Mike Rogers from Elizabethtown, as well as Owensboro. They delivered a great presentation yesterday talking about this particular project. Again, a lot of information there to cover, a lot more information yet to come, but without question, I believe we're heading in the right direction there. Moving on to the Student Services Report, Dr. McCall had a very lengthy, but again, very informative presentation. I want to commend Dr. McCall for fighting through some back pain and pushing through to deliver this presentation. And Dr. McCall, if you're on the call today, we sure hope that you're feeling better. Again, very informative, and it ranged from everything from an enrollment planning for the spring 2020 semester and beyond, the Single Vine software, which is a two-way text messaging system, the diversity assessment update, which is very important to everyone on the board, as well as the staff and leadership of KCTCS, the Kentucky Career Edge software, the course leaf catalog, recruitment and retention services, the Radius customer relationship management system, the Starfish retention system, which a lot of us have heard a lot about, the Blackboard call center, which, as you all know, I always like to put a little plug in there, which is located in Somerset and Pulaski County. Really pleased to have that facility doing great work for KCTCS. And then again, you have the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund update that was given, as well as something I know that we're all very proud of is the student loan cohort default rate. A lot of great work taking there within KCTCS to get that default rate percentage down, and want to commend everyone for the work there. But with that, Madam Chair, that concludes my report, and happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Chris. Does anybody have any questions for that? Okay. Before we go into executive session, I did want to acknowledge that Ben Moeller is here. And as we reach the end of the year, and we've put so much emphasis on generating new funds for KCTCS, Ben, could you just give us a little pitch for supporting KCTCS?
I'd be happy to. See my camera. All right, well, I don't know if my camera's working, but my microphone, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. So thank you. As you probably know, the order of agenda was switched up a couple of meetings ago. So I usually would present in December as well as in June, but I really appreciate the Regents making the realignment for me to present in March and September, so that I may present on the end of the fiscal and the end of the calendar years. I think it provides a better snapshot of where we are. However, due to that realignment, I don't have the opportunity to formally present to this body to discuss the importance of making a gift. I believe that a lot of folks are really motivated to make a gift before the end of the calendar year, this being a season when we think about others, probably more than we think about ourselves, probably more than many other times. I think it's a proper occasion. As you know, the Jobs and Tax Cut Act of 2017 changed the tax laws in terms of deductions. So we never push the tax deduction as a motivation for giving. At KCTCS, we really emphasize that folks give from the heart, and they give because they're passionate about the mission. They're passionate about what it means to support the students that are looking for a better life. In that vein, I encourage you to consider KCTCS in your philanthropy this year. You may make a gift online, as Regent Allen had shared earlier. The web address to do that is give.kctcs.edu. You may give to any of the recognized foundations across the system, to any of the colleges, to any of the programs, and it will count in that dashboard that I will be updating in March. So I encourage you, if you haven't made a gift, to do so before the end of the calendar year, as I will be presenting on the calendar year report in March. As I've said before, and I'll say again, and I'll say it many more times, leadership giving is a leading indicator of overall philanthropic health. So it is really critical that leaders like yourselves are invested in giving back to the mission. You have a front row seat in seeing the impact that KCTCS and the colleges within KCTCS have on the lives of students. And by virtue of that, it would only seem the reason that having that front row perspective, you more than anyone else would know the importance of giving back and the importance that those gifts can have on changing the lives of others, not just those students, but their family members for generations to come. So in that vein, I encourage you to make a gift online at give.kctcs.edu. If you would like for me to send you a pledge card with specific instructions to make your gift by check, please just drop me a note. My email address is ben.moeller MOHLER, at kctcs.edu. And I'd be happy to send that out to you. As long as it's postmarked by the end of the calendar year, December 31st, it will be counted in that report. And even I know that we've had a few that have sent checks that have gotten lost in the mail, not lost in the mail, but are delayed because of the mail service has been somewhat uneven. So as long as it's postmarked by the end of the calendar year, it'll be counted in that report. And happy to entertain any questions or comments if there are any. Otherwise, I appreciate the opportunity to present today.
Thank you. Okay, is there anything else we need to? Dr. Zarapata has sent us a PDF that I don't think I saw in our materials before the meeting. It's called Points of Pride. And this is the type of information, just like our one pager for the legislative session. It's important for us to have these one pagers or these, there's one for each of the colleges. Paul, can you talk about this just a minute?
Yes, actually, this is a relatively new document and very recent, so I don't think that's probably why I didn't make it into the board materials, but I did email it out to you. There's two documents. One, the Points of Pride, is just kind of a summarized narrative, but the profile is pretty interesting. It goes college by college and talks about different programs and leadership and touches on students. So it's a good overview of the system.
And for each one of you in your communities, you know, what is your elevator speech about KCTCS? Is it about the workforce development? And is it about the opportunities? And so these are very helpful talking points. And I know when I've been speaking, I use materials like this because people like to have something to look at. And it's so well done. And kudos to your team that produces that, Mary Himlett, Harry Giltner, and people in their shop.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. It's 11:10. We will take another 5-minute break. And I would like to call for a motion in 5 minutes to go into executive session pursuant KRS 61810(1)C, proposed or pending litigation in which KCTCS may be a party. May I have a motion to go into executive session?
This is Regent Foltz, so moved.
Okay, Angela Foltz moved. I'm sorry, who said second?
Yeah, second.
Damon. All those Regents in favor of entering executive session for the discussion of proposed or pending litigation, please raise your team's hand. Okay.
All right. We have a unanimous vote, so the proposition carries.
Okay, so it's 11:11, and we will go into executive session, I guess, at 11:16. Is that okay? Same 5 minutes. We will now be disconnecting from this Teams call. And in 5 minutes, join a separate Teams link for our closed executive session. When it is over, we will rejoin this Teams meeting and proceed with the agenda. If you are a non-Regent or are watching this on our YouTube channel, I ask that you please hold tight and we will be rejoining you shortly. Thank you. All right. So hello, everyone. We have now left our closed executive session meeting on one Teams call and rejoined the regular meeting Teams link. If you're joining us or watching us on the YouTube stream, thank you for waiting patiently for us to conduct our confidential business. I would like to call for a motion to reconvene the meeting in open session.
So moved.
Regent Fletcher moved, and second.
Second by Mark Wells.
Thank you.
That was actually Regent Foltz, I believe.
I'm sorry, I was looking down. All regents in favor of entering open session, please raise your team's hand. And Ms. Duncan, will you see if there's a quorum?
There is a quorum, and it is unanimous to return.
Okay, thank you. So the board is, you can take your hands down now. The board is reconvening. The time is now 2:27. So the next meeting of the regular meeting of the KCTCS Board of Regents will be held March the 18th and the 19th, with location to either be virtual or in person at the system office in Versailles. I'd like to call for a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion we adjourn.
Thank you, James Lee. Second.
I second.
Barry Martin, seconded. All regents in favor of adjourning, please raise your team's hand again.
And the motion carries. We are adjourned.
All right, thank you, and I hope everybody has a happy holiday.
Happy holidays, everybody. Thank you.
Bye,
everyone.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.